Good morning, viewers, and welcome back to Surbiton Croquet Club. We're watching the second day of the mixed doubles event, and we'll be back on lawn 2 watching Clark and Clark versus Bradford and Harding. We've got a big shout out to Croquet and Cocktails and Croquet England for the sponsorship of the live streaming. I've got Brian Maddox here on the decks, so he's going to be controlling the cameras for you this morning. Thank you very much. And I will maybe pop back in and have a chat to you all a bit later. Enjoy your croquet.
Yeah.
Hello everyone, we're very lucky. We're about to have some commentators for you. Gabrielle Higgins and Harry Fisher will be commentating for you, and I think this could be an interesting turn to watch. So hopefully they'll have a chat with you any moment now.
Quite tricky to run from any sort of angle.
And that does look quite handy.
And he's, as a result, committed to running this hoop now.
No, he's not. He's looking at red.
I'm just surprised usually left
Black and blue so close
together.
Because they've been hitting a lot.
Yeah. So, blues for 3 back, blacks for 6. Versus yellow on hoop 1 and red on 4 back. So what would you be thinking at this point? Obviously you would ideally be playing with black as the back ball, but
you do want to move blue.
Needs to move from hoop 1, you can't be left there.
And blue has got the option, if it hits, of making one hoop to strengthen the lead, but it hasn't.
Yeah. Effectively, that was a completely free shot because that corner wasn't really being guarded by yellow and red.
Well, Jenny offered to play, but Chris has taken it. Ideally, you would have wanted that over all the way on these boundaries if you were taking that shot.
If you were committed to going round this turn, then you were sending that off these boundaries, you have enough space to get it back to hoop 2, getting the rush off black to hoop 1.
But he is leaving red in the middle of the lawn, so committing to making his rush.
Right, so Chris should be in front of hoop 1 now. With the
that shot I don't think is the Chris of a few years ago. I think that would have been closer and straighter.
Yeah, he's not going to get a rush anywhere helpful out of hoop 1, and there's no 2 pioneer. Having said that, if you can organise the balls, then you would expect him to finish the game this turn.
Well, Chris's great strength has always been his croquet strokes. So good croquet stroke here to get black to 3 and a good rush on red. Still leaves work to do to get the standard TP out, but it's still very plausible.
Yeah, and where are you rushing red to? Are you rushing red to hoop 2, or are you rushing red to over to blue? Because there's the option of making 2, running the hoop, hitting a slightly sweaty shot into the corner, and then you've got a standard TP. I don't think Chris is line of play at all. I think that's what Jenny would do.
Chris is the precision player, so I think he will be wanting to
rush over and deal with blue first.
Deal with blue first, yes.
That rush is not quite pointing as far west as he'd hoped, so he's going to have to cut it. So again,
so that's a 7-yard takeoff to try and get a rush on blue. Do you think he'll be trying that?
I think at this point you're really committed to 2 options: is you're taking off into the corner or you're just making the hoop. I think it's obvious from his body language he's going to go for this takeoff. No, he's say that's not even, well, it's about half the distance I would expect it to have gone. So you have a fairly defensive shot here because you're sending blue to 4 while approaching the hoop. What it
Given
does,
where red is, he's put red nicely so that he can run too hard and have a rush over to 4 back.
yeah,
And organise the standard TP now.
because that's always the difficulty. If you've got Peely at hoop 2, in order to have it in peeling position after you run hoop 3, you need to get a good rush on it after hoop 2. This is giving himself the best chance of getting a long
He
hoop.
doesn't like that shot.
As you can see from the
And
body language,
yes,
that's
he knew
really
the second he'd hit that was
quite
short.
massively under hit on the backward ball. Forward ball's also gone down a slightly
bit
unusual
underhit.
line. I feel like that's, so he's probably got both the line and the strength wrong there. What's it saying?
I can't tell from here how close to the boundary red is and how big a target that will be giving if he goes off where he's laid his mallet down.
It's still, I mean, by going for this line of play, even though obviously that shot's not come off, he's still going to be leaving a relatively strong leave in that there's distance for both. Ooh, and he did not want to hit that into red.
No.
That means he's not got his rush, and he's not no control over what sort of target he's leaving. Could well end up
Being
with a
quite
double target for black. Probably not. I think red went quite far away from yellow. But this will be quite tempting for black, given it's for hoop 6.
But equally, you don't want to give Chris the third ball when he's got no sort of rush.
yeah. So I just watching these two play so far. They've been taking fairly aggressive options, Rick and Louise. So I think it's fair to say you and I might be cornering right now. Interesting to see what they do. Black is the ball to move. It's the ball they ideally want to play with, although getting a quad out is not necessarily easy. It's got a chance of finishing, but also it's sitting at hoop 3, which just makes it much more useful to Chris.
I don't think there's any question you're playing black here. It's just what you're playing it at.
If he shoots at blue, I think it gives Chris quite a lot of options, because he can rush red over to hoop 3, assuming he misses and he's on the south boundary, which is where the ball will go if this shot doesn't hit. Let's see. Oh, he centre balled it. My reasoning was if that did miss, Chris had a chance to get red over to the hoop 3, i.e. 4 back that he wants it to be at. He could then take off down to south boundary and get himself a ball to hoop 4 quite easily while getting a rush on where blue would have been to hoop 2. So I think that would have possibly been game over if they'd have missed that shot. They didn't miss, so
But it was certainly no more defensive than shooting at red and yellow.
No. I mean,
Possibly less defensive.
as we said, that was a very aggressive shot to take, because if you don't hit it, you're possibly not taking another shot in the game.
Well, I haven't been watching prior to.
That's a very
stuff.
nice shot, actually. He's judged the pace well there.
But I'm told that Rick and Louise have been hitting a lot of shots, and there have been a lot of turns when Chris and Jenny laid up, or Jenny laid up for Chris, and they hit in and disrupted it.
So I think now the play would be to try and get yellow as close to red as possible, so you can send it even past is better, so you've got the space to get it out. There's a 1 back pioneer getting your rush over to hoop 6. And my expectation would be they try and take this round to the peg with a strong leave, put the pressure on. Jenny and Chris have to hit something else. They've got 4 hoops to finish the game, and that is unfortunately quite under hit, so the rush is pointing middle of the west boundary rather than at hoop 6. It's close enough, there should be some sort of cut. I think that's a pretty decent effort.
And that looks like a good effort as well.
Assuming that, yep, red's nice and deep.
This
Go
is again,
go
hoop
through
you
this
don't
to the
need to
boundary.
control.
Yeah.
Does that put red in a place where
I
hoop
think-
6 is in the way of the shot down to 2 back?
I think there's enough space just about. I think that the camera's above us, so you can probably see that if you, as Rick looks at this, if he misses hoop a penalt to the right, he should be able to get a decent pioneer, and he's got enough space to get over to yellow, so it's quite a nice place to be taking croquet from, I'd say. It's gone with that.
That's a good shot. Why are you sounding so surprised about it?
Well, not having red back, I'll admit, but I thought black went quite a lot further than I was expecting. I was wanting it to be somewhere I can rush towards the hoop rather than away from the hoop.
But it looked like he played it as a stop shot, so I think the angles just meant that black was going to travel.
Yeah.
That's a nice approach.
And they got the rush out the hoop?
No, just a little bit too hard. I think.
Not quite. I think
probably
if
cut it further
ideally there you would have wanted to be able to rush down to near blue on the south boundary, pick it up as soon as possible. But I think it should be fairly easy to pick it up after 2 back.
Yep.
So I'd expect this just to load a 3 back pioneer going to 2 back, and I'd say one good shot here and they really should be away and starting to think about their leave. And I think that counts as a good shot. Oh, hit the hoop.
Use of the wire work to stop it going too far.
Black's maybe a little bit further than would be ideal, but you can trickle at this. The lawns are fairly true. So obviously in any leave they're wanting to make when they do get to the peg, the priority would really be to force, well, to make the triple peel as difficult as possible for yellow, because that's the turn that will beat them if in one go. Oh, that's a bit angled, and on these hoops you do not really want to be angled, so let's see how this goes. Good shot, good shot.
So what are you doing with red here? Just punting it out into the middle of the lawn and going back to blue, get blue to 4 back?
Yeah, I was going to say, so because of the angled hoop there was no rush out of the hoop. That means that you weren't able to go over to somewhere that's easy to pick up blue, so what they're going to do is leave red somewhere in lawn, becomes the pivot, and go over to blue, and they'll send blue down to 4 back to become the 4 back pioneer, getting on yellow at 3 back. potentially even you want to come down to the west of blue so you can nudge it more towards corner 4, even make the shot.
You can nudge it slightly further towards corner 4, but not very far.
Yeah, just to take the angle out of it as much as possible.
Without, of course, going too close to corner 4 and leaving 3 back in the way of getting to yellow.
Yeah. Well, unless they want to do a straight quad.
Rick likes peeling, but I don't think he likes peeling that much.
No,
I think something as suicidal
I think
as that.
I would say at this point, they will, know that if they can get around and get out a good leave, that they are in the driving seat for winning this game.
A little bit short on blue, but I'm happy with that. Where they were.
Ooh,
That looks awkward.
right. So this may well be a really quite horrible position where yellow is just past the hoop that they want to run, i.e. it's the wrong side of free back, but they can't put black in position with yellow anywhere that makes it easy to get in front of the hoop. Looks like perhaps the yellow was a bit to the side of the ball. There is a position where the ball's really plumb centre and it becomes impossible to get a straight hoop. But they've got the rush out to the sides. They should be able to get behind red now, sending their ball when they're loading their penalty pioneer, getting a rush on red, and that will really tidy up this break, turn it into a full ball break to give them the control so they can start thinking about exactly where they want to leave the balls for the best possible leave. And with that leave, as I said, you probably in normal circumstances want to force red to play, because red is for 4 back, so red will not be able to do a turn that wins. However, I would say that Jenny's a stronger shot than Chris. Is that fair?
I think Jenny probably is a stronger shot than Chris, and they are also very, very good at 3-ball endings. So there would be an option for them of Jenny simply making 3 hoops and pegging black off and backing them to win the 3-ball ending. Chris is only on hoop 2, but I've lost to Jenny before now when she did exactly that when I was on 4 back and she was on hoop 1.
Yeah, I think those, say, if we expect this break to go around to peg, the 2 options left to the Clarks are either play the 4 back ball, peg them out, and play a 3-ball game where you're playing 2 against 1, but you are at this stage many hoops behind.
But I certainly think Chris and Jenny would be a lot stronger on the tactics of the 3-ball ending, which are a lot more important with only 3 balls on the lawn than they are with 4 balls on the lawn.
The only thing I would say against it is the single ball player is at a real disadvantage unless they're shooting particularly well. When they're shooting well, particularly with such a head start, you
but
might...
Chris and Jenny are good enough to keep getting the wires and never give them a shot.
Well, that will be how they have to play it. It'll be a very slow, very patient game where yellow will have to edge round hoop by hoop, making sure that blue doesn't have any chance of making a hoop. Now, the alternative is obviously that yellow plays and finishes the triple peel. I haven't seen enough of the game to know which option will feel optimal, but that's definitely what Rick and Louise should be thinking. They should be thinking, would we rather yellow play or red play? And therefore setting a leave, which is more forcing on one or the other. So I think an obvious leave in this situation would be an NSL, because you'd be leaving a ball right at free back.
That is harder to create when you're not running 3-back as your final hoop and you're running rover as your final hoop.
Yep. You'd have to start getting balls into position at this stage.
Yeah.
Which
it doesn't look like they're doing.
the other issue they have with any sort of leave is in general you don't want to be running the last hoop you make with partner as a general rule for making leaves, and the natural order of things would have been to put blue a partner to rover right now. They're not going to do that. They're going to send it into the middle of the lawn, presumably so they can send red to be the last hoop. I think there's also a lot to be said for just making a leave which provides the maximum distance, so a really good fairly flat diagonal spread that just says I'm going to give you the longest shot to hit, maximise my chances that you don't have another shot, and I'm going to finish.
If it's a strong leave, in the sense of you will get going whatever they do, that increases the pressure on the shot.
So I think the leave I would be aiming for is a diagonal spread where red is the peg ball, and I want to get it as close to the peg as possible so that it doesn't rush to hoop 2. Bit difficult because we do want it to rush to 3-back, so might not get too greedy on that.
But they've got the balls the wrong way around for that, because if you're going to do that you really wanted red at the peg, whereas they're going to be making rover off red.
Yeah.
So I'd be impressed if they managed to get red in that perfect position from here.
Which is why the earlier you can get control of the balls and think about the leaves, so if we go back to them not quite getting the control out of 2-back, that would have been an opportunity to start moving balls around and thinking about that leave instead of...
Well, it doesn't look like they even thought of the more the simpler point that they didn't want to be making rover off the 4-back pioneer, because if you know that you're going to have to rush a pivot north and stop it back to rover going to your penal pioneer, ideally you want your penal pioneer level with, or maybe even a bit the peg side of penalt, just to shorten that shot.
Yeah.
As it is, it was a longer shot than they wanted, and they haven't got red as close to rover and therefore under as much control.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a bit of discussion now where they decide what are they going to do, which, as I said, I think the earlier you can be thinking about the leave, the more possibilities you have in terms of juggling balls around so that you can get the parity right. Here, yellow's going to be the peg ball, and it's going to be some sort of diagonal spread most likely.
Well, at the moment they've just got a longer shot here than they would have liked. And I'm not sure what that was intended. Was yellow intended to go past rover so they could hit rover first?
I think that's just a poorly executed shot is my guess. I think yellow's gone too far.
You think yellow was going to the peg?
I think yellow was going to the peg, and it's because they were playing it from deeper than they would have liked. Yeah, if you'd got... Ideally by now they would have a ball really quite close to the peg, because they could even think about cross-pegging, things like that.
Quite sure where they're planning to rush to after this hoop, because that looks more... Oh no, that's been run with a good amount of control, so they can rush over towards the boundary and give themselves space to get a bit of distance on red, because under this little control I think you've got to focus on distance because you're not guaranteed any wirings.
Yeah, I would agree. Even if they can't get yellow perfectly hidden the peg, if they can get red as close to the boundary as possible, it'll still be a pretty good leave just because you've got that distance. And
that's more gentle than I expected them to hit that shot.
Just going to say, the issue we both have with that shot is it's not provided the space for the back ball to travel and get the rush on yellow to the peg. As we were saying, we want red to go really almost as far as the boundary. So I just think that the way they're playing this looks as if they're going to put red to the peg after all. There's not enough space to do anything else. So red has gone into the peg. And it is plumb on the peg as far as I can tell, so that doesn't rush to hoop 2, which is good.
But it should still rush to 3 back, albeit not easily.
Yeah, it's going to rush somewhere in that direction at least.
But probably to the non-playing side of 3 back. You wouldn't. It doesn't look like it will rush up to the south boundary.
No.
So you would be approaching 3 back from the wrong side if you're aiming to approach 3 back off red. You're at a better angle for me to see whether red would rush to 4 back as an alternative option if you left your rush pointing to 3 back.
It's going to rush to quite a bit south of 4 back is my feeling from here. But you know, I think given where the balls were, that's a very good outcome because they're worried this is going to maybe hit. No, it's just overhit. I thought for a moment perhaps they were going to knock red back out from the peg, which would be a really unfortunate outcome. So now they need to get as far away. They're going quite far south here, it looks like. So the issue is they're getting closer and closer to A-Bog if Louise is standing where she wants the balls to end up. I think this does leave a very short shot from A-Bog, and I think they've opted to go off the lawn in this shot rather than play another one. Nope, that is going to stay in.
Nicely judged.
Yeah. So this is putting quite a lot of pressure on the Clarks because they're going to have a rush to their hoop, next hoop, and it's such a long way from. It's so far south that there's not really any kind of safe shot into corner 4 from B-Bulk. So it's, I quite like it in terms of being forcing. I do think maybe I would, in ideal world, go maybe a bit further north than they have, just because Jenny's in particular such a good shot from A-Bulk. I think there's a fair chance she picks up red and hits them.
I don't think the shot from corner 3 would be very attractive just by reason of the sheer length.
There's also the possibility that blue can turn around and hit that ball in corner 4.
I was just going to say, I have a surprising number of times seen that the sort of the rubbing of hands, I can pick that ball up from corner 4, oh dear, I've missed. But that's a big risk to take.
Yeah,
for a very long shot, reducing your own risks of hitting very, very substantially.
I can't remember turning around and hitting that ball in corner 4 for a very long time. I think it's just very rarely the right way to start your turn. So yeah, as we said, they've decided the best way for them to proceed is to take the shortest shot with the player who's shooting best at the moment, which is Jenny. So here she'll be looking to hit blue, and then there's a question of whether to go around and peg out or just to make a strong lead for Chris.
The other thing to be said about this shot.
She's not going for blue. Oh.
The other thing to be said about this shot is if she misses, it's not
She's aiming for
a
black.
trivial break for blue to pick up to get a ball to fall back.
And she's hit black into blue. I'm not quite sure I get the logic of aiming at black. I suppose it was very slightly shorter shot. And if she's not planning on making any hoops, it doesn't matter. What do you think?
Minimises the risk of missing blue on the right and giving a rush into corner 4 to give more space.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I think you'd have had to miss blue quite badly
I
to give a rush to corner 4.
I think it's
though.
unlikely, given.
Chris is lining the balls up for Jenny.
Yes, so in doubles, the other player can do pretty much everything other than take the shot. So can line up the balls, can tell them exactly what to do.
The fact that Chris is doing it on this shot suggests that they're about to do a trick shot. Is there some promotion coming up here? Because it's not a trivial place to get a rush to yellow from, with black directly between blue and yellow. I think they are promoting blue off the boundary, yes, so that it comes on in a place where red has a rush on it. And that's pretty good. It's quite a hefty cut to get to yellow, but a lot better than any other option from that position, probably.
Yeah, in fact, this cut may well promote black in lawn a bit. No. So as you see, yellow's not quite on the boundary because when Rick took off from it, getting quite a bit inside. So there's a reasonable amount of space to get a rush on yellow if she chooses to. Yeah, it looks like Chris is very keen that she does.
Yep. Now it would have been nicer to get blue all the way to the boundary.
And that's just because it's more defensive for setting any sort of leave.
I was just thinking that it's nicer for the takeoff because you're not taking off towards the boundary, and she has wimped out of hitting it hard
that's
enough.
very, very common. Any sort of approaching a boundary, obviously it's end of turn if you do go off, so there's a tendency to underhit those ones.
Yeah. Whereas you don't have the same mental fear of going off the lawn if you're going along the boundary, which you would have been had you rushed blue all the way to the boundary.
And it looks like they're going to set up somewhere near corner 2 now to set the leave. So I'm sure the listeners are interested to hear all about our perfect game this morning. None of this messing around with leaves and so on.
Perfect games are very boring though, Harry.
Well, we've only had one of them, so I'm going to gloat about it while I can.
It wasn't perfect.
I know it wasn't.
3.
I know it wasn't, but it's the only game where we did miss turn 3, so maybe that's the winning tactic.
they're not leaving a rush for yellow.
They're not. I think they're well, for one thing, as you said, blue and black have chosen to shoot a lot. So
So there's a good chance of getting another ball anyway.
I think if blue does shoot now, there's a corner cannon, isn't there? Either way, because if they shoot into at red and miss, it's in the corner. So when red hits, it's a corner cannon. And if they shoot at yellow, given the angle, I suppose you could miss quite far to the right of yellow, but most likely you end up to the left of yellow, and then you rush it into the corner, get your corner cannon. So it's discouraging that shot from blue, which was the shortest shot on the lawn. So again, we would probably be looking at a corner, fair to say, because if
I think Rick is looking at shooting at black.
He's definitely shooting at black, and he hasn't hit this time.
I don't know if the microphone was strong enough to pick that up, but that was Chris saying to Jenny, you should be able to quick cut this nicely in lawn. So yellow will be presumably the penalt pioneer, and they are back to Jenny making 3 hoops rather than looking for Chris to do the triple.
Yep, so I think Chris is sort of standing where he's hoping Jenny can rush to.
Now, why are you rushing to 4 back here? Because surely you want to go to black and blue because you want a third ball. Or are they having another leave and not having Jenny make 3 hoops?
Well, I think it's fair to say that that isn't quite where Chris was standing. I think maybe there was an option of going behind 4 back to create some sort of leave. Yeah, they obviously need to separate black and blue. If you've got a really good rush where you're going to get control out of it, but to your point, I'd agree. I think you're always wanting to go to blue and black before you make 4 back.
Yeah.
So I'm a bit surprised that they didn't try and cut rush to put a ball somewhere near penalt.
That would have been my natural line of play.
You know, partner at penalt is quite good for making your leave after when you've, well.
And with black and blue so close together, Jenny would be expecting to make 4 back off that.
I mean, she's played a very nice thick takeoff there, which does get yellow too. So I mean, it's in some ways it's the same line of play but executed differently, rather than trying to cut the ball to penalt and do a long takeoff.
And the received wisdom is that you should not rush pioneers into position, and that would have been quite a hefty cut.
Yeah.
To rush your pioneer into position. I'm surprised she hit that so hard. Because she was close enough to hit it gently and remain a lot closer to blue, wasn't she?
I think
make sure of the rush.
I think particularly given that she's now leaving black behind and doing this as a takeoff, there's no real advantage to having separated them because you're not getting, you know, the only possible advantage would have been to get black well into the lawn, but she's not done that. So I agree, and that hasn't quite cut enough, has it? You can see it's going to go too far because she hasn't cut it as much. The ball hasn't lost the energy she expected it to lose, so she's much nearer corner 3 than she is 4 back. I think she's pretty committed to taking on this hoop now with yellow in the middle of the lawn.
That's a challenge of a hoop.
I was going to say, well,
is it
we all have slightly different preferred approach shots. I think I know I would have been playing a roll from that sort of position, but that's just, I think you go to whichever shot you feel most comfortable with. That feels like it's
That
given
looks
her
unrunnable.
quite an angle. In fact, it may well be unrunnable. It was the line it was going down meant that to get it into a runnable position, it was going to be a very long hoop.
Yeah.
So it'll be Louise shooting this time.
Yeah.
Um,
You don't often see a couple of Clarks joined up in the middle of the lawn.
no, I think that's clearly not plan A. And on this occasion, I think there is some merit in blue shooting at yellow, given that the boundary is quite far away from both red and yellow.
Yeah.
It's as close to a free shot as you're going to get, and it's obviously the ball you want to play to potentially win the game.
Plus it's the ball you want to move.
Indeed.
And yellow looks appreciably closer than red. Shame she's missed.
No, didn't look particularly happy with that shot when she hit the ball. So Chris now obviously has a ball at his hoop. It's a ball hovering near corner 4 and a ball middle of the west boundary. So can he dig out a TP and win, or is it going to be another leave?
So we get the TP. I'm not entirely sure how I'm digging the break out of this. Come on, Harry, explain how you do it.
So I think first of all you have to hit the shot,
Which he just did.
which he's cunningly cut towards the hoop.
Well, he didn't want to move it too far. Centre ball would have got it to the boundary. That would have been bad.
So I think I'm certainly not getting a peel at hoop 3. Okay, this looks like it's
This looks like it's taking off to blue.
yes.
So is this trying to get a rush, or is this planning to send... That's not trying to get a rush. So this is planning to send blue to 3
blue to
while
3.
approaching 2?
That would be my guess.
Would that have been your plan from the outset?
No.
What would your plan from the outset have been?
So I would have tried to have made 2 with control, getting a rush somewhere. I can send a ball getting behind blue, rush blue over to black, and then black to 3.
So you'd have left red behind in the corner 2 quadrant of the lawn. Left red behind in the corner 2 quadrant of the lawn, would you?
I think red would have been somewhere in lawn, nearish blue.
Nearish where blue is.
Yeah. This, I mean, it relied on one croquet stroke,
Which
whereas
he
you
has
could
not played
argue
well
my line of play had more big croquet strokes, but this one, it had to be perfect because you had to get the ball into a position to run hoop 2 on difficult hoops. Having said that, this is nice and defensive because you've got a leave out.
Yeah.
I think you'd have got a leave out mine way as well. In fact, you'd have got the same sort of hammer type leave.
Your line of play would have taken a lot longer to get the break established, because with black pretty much in corner 4, it would have been... It would have been tough to get blue out that far while making sure of your rush on black to 3.
Ooh, that's
Now this is a very good
missed
opportunity
again.
for Chris.
yes. So that hasn't gone in the corner, but he should be able to make hoop 2 with control to point the rush after hoop 2 anywhere he wants. So where does he want to point that rush?
That's a good question.
And he's not taking it.
So he's wanting to get red over, I suppose you can call that in the vicinity of hoop 3. Presumably looking to winkle.
Thank you. I think we're being hinted that we can't see anything because we've been given a pair of binoculars. Just realised the caps are on them, so
You can see even less.
Even less than I. Let's see.
So presumably trying to winkle one of blue and black off the boundary slightly while getting a rush to hoop 2 and aiming to run hoop 2 with control to get a rush back to the black or blue that you've winkled off the boundary. Is that what we think the plan is?
Sorry, I was playing with the binoculars. Do you want to go?
No, not particularly.
Okay, so right, so yeah, so take off into the corner, get the rush to hoop 2, have a tiny bit of space to get blue slightly out of the corner here.
And then rush back to corner 4 after hoop 2.
And so he's just.
He's not going to get that very far out of the corner.
I think he's actually prioritising the rush there. So by bringing black to blue, brings them as close as possible together, makes this takeoff as short as possible, maximises the chance of having a real dolly rush to hoop 2, because there's a fair amount of furniture in the way.
Yep. And it's about the longest rush to a hoop you can have.
It is, yeah.
Only here to one back would be slightly longer.
Good.
So he's played the rush, it's avoided the peg, which is always important, and that's a really nice shot.
That's a lovely rush.
You know, if I was being picky, I'd want another yard. But
If I was being picky, more than the other yard, I'd want it a little bit further west to make the shot straighter.
so you've got an option here of playing blue quite deep and running, because it's an even hoop, you can run it without control, as we say, just run it off the boundary, and by putting blue where you want to, which he's pretty much done, it means that when you run this to the boundary, you've got that rush back down, because you want to be getting a rush towards black after this. So he's taking the rush. So you might be wondering, well, why not just rush it to somewhere near red and send in your pioneer to hoop 4, rushing red to hoop 3, and that would be a very good line of play if this was just a first break and he's wanting to take a ball round. But he's actually got a really good opportunity now to get the red peeled at hoop 3. So if he can get blue into position here to be his hoop 4 pioneer, and ideally get some sort of rush on black, so he can have both black and red at 4 back.
That's not an easy shot.
It's not. This is why you want that control around hoop 2, so that you can get your rush into the corner. He's a bit far out of the corner, and he's not going to get the rush.
He'll
So
get it very slightly. Actually, what triangle has he got?
So if you don't get the rush, you're playing a big roll.
From what he was looking at there, he looked like he was guarding against not making hoop 3
Yeah.
and leaving black and blue cross-wired around hoop
So
4.
I think you're exactly right. I think here's a kind of how aggressive do you want to play this turn? You know, the aggressive way is just to say, well, if I play one good roll shot here, I get a ball up to black up to hoop 3, get my rush on red, and I'm probably getting my first peel in quickly. Instead, he's going to prioritise getting the rush on red guaranteed by taking the takeoff.
And he He doesn't look happy
with
with
the
that
takeoff because
It's gone too far.
it's not got the rush that he needs, and I don't think blue and black are wide, so I don't think there's any defensive element to it. What he's really committing to by taking on that takeoff is delaying the TP. So, big shot now. You've got to make sure that this goes past the hoop to give yourself some chance of running it. The worst thing you can do is pull up short. And it has just about got there. As I mentioned, these hoops are very well set. They're Atkins hoops. He's a bit angled, but I think he will be able to run this hoop. Didn't try my best to put the commentator's curse on, but he has run it, although barely, and it's not clear to me if there's a possible shot at red.
I don't think there is.
So Jenny's coming
Looking at
on.
where he's looking.
Were blue and black wide from each other?
I ripped out and didn't actually go far enough to check. I think they probably are.
Okay. Blue must be slightly further north than it appears from where I'm sitting then.
It is.
Yeah.
I think they probably are wired.
Right.
I certainly don't think there'll be a full ball, a totally clear shot.
So that would have influenced Chris's line of play to taking that takeoff rather than the roll, because if it did go wrong, then you've got the wire. So I think Alison's just confirmed that it is in fact wide. Yeah. So that would have been one of the reasons why Chris. Okay, there's a tiny sliver, but for all intents and purposes, blue and black are wide from each other. So that would have said, actually, I've got the sort of insurance of them being wide. So if this hoop does go awry, I can set a leave, and if it had gone well, there was still the option to do the delayed TP. It's not like, when the four-back peel isn't done at hoop 3, that's the end of the triple.
So it's not a particularly long shot, blue at red. Yellow has therefore guarded the shot to discourage it. If blue does go for red, it would be a very short shot for yellow to pick it up, and
everything's there.
Again.
Yeah, exactly. He's really guarded against, both the shortest shots, but also making it as easy as possible to get started if they do take that shortest shot by placing yellow where he has.
Yeah, because there'd be plenty of room to get blue to 5 while rushing red to 4.
Or even to black.
Or even black.
I think there's an argument for rushing to corner 4 and getting behind black. It depends on how good that depends how
so you probably don't want to be taking the long shot to pick it off.
Yeah, it depends how good that the first croquet stroke is, and as to where you're probably taking the rush. So I strongly suspect blue will not shoot at red this turn, just because there's so much to lose and they are still quite a long way ahead. However, blue needs to move because it's right at their hoop, and so they are cornering, and they've gone for corner 1. The idea being to find a corner that's not helpful to the break for the opponents. So really that left corners 1 and 2.
And from the way Louise was looking at it, I suspect there may have been a hampered backswing in getting to corner 2.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Because corner 1 is a bit closer to hoops 4 and 5, so it's, you could argue it's not as defensive as corner 2 would have been, where you don't go over to corner 2 until 1 back.
Because it's a relatively familiar shot to send blue to 6 while going to a pioneer at 5.
Yes. So Jenny's hit. And this time I'm almost certain there will be a leave.
Yes.
There's a lot of work to do if you want to dig out hoops, and they've
plus blue in bulk.
Yeah.
So you would not want to be running 4 back, giving a lift without enough control to feel confident of getting blue out of corner 1 and making your other 2 hoops, because you don't want to give the lift just for 1 hoop.
And the other question you've got to be asking at this point is how many hoops does yellow go through without making any peels before the chances that it's not going to do a triple peel become increasingly likely. You know, when Jenny and Chris being on 4 and 4 back is potentially worse than if they were on 1 and 4 back, because it gives Chris less opportunities to make the triple peel. However, I would say hoop 4's still not so far. You know, by the time you get to sort of 1 back and 4 back, or 2 back and 4 back, you're probably struggling to do a triple peel unless you can organise a straight triple, which has a low probability of finish, relatively. I would say at hoop 4 they're still looking quite likely to do a delayed triple if Chris gets the balls, you know, how he wants them.
I think I recall one of them making a comment that we'd taken the triple out of play when our very defensive tactics led to Chris getting to 5 and 4 back.
That was my memory as well. Chris considered once they were at 5 and 4 back, it was not, you know, okay, there might be a situation where the balls fall nicely, but most of the time 5 and 4 back is quite difficult to get the triple going from. So I think that would lean even more towards setting a leave and potentially setting up Jenny for a peg out of blue, not blue, sorry, black.
Why Jenny? If you're just going for getting a 4-ball break, why not set it for Chris to take a 4-ball break round and peg black off? Because then you're leaving 4 back and peg versus 3 back alone, rather than 4 and peg versus 3 back alone.
I think that's fair enough. The only thing I'd say is Chris's yellow is for hoop 4, which is the same as blue's. Well, blue's for 3 back, but it's the same physical hoop. So any sort of leave that you set up for yellow is likely to also be advantageous, or at least partially advantageous to blue. Whereas
what if you leave blue near that hoop?
Yeah, I mean they could have left. You know, they've left the rush for red there. They could have left the rush for yellow, as you're saying.
Yeah.
I think just the way they're playing, they're preferring Jenny to do. There is less to go wrong in a 3 hoop break than there is in a 9 hoop break. Now I know that's relatively negative.
I think Chris would be very disappointed to break down on a 4-ball break.
Well, he has to generate the 4-ball break first, is what I'm saying. I think it's easier to generate.
Okay.
You don't necessarily need a 4-ball break to make 4 back, penalt and rover. I agree with you. If you're guaranteeing a 4-ball break to either ball, you take it for yellow. I think you need about 2.5 balls to do 4 back, penalt and rover reliably.
Fair point. Now it looks like they're contemplating shooting at red and yellow. I'm not convinced that would be a good plan.
So they want to move black because black's still the most useful ball, but I'm a little bit surprised. And was that a shot?
I think it was a shot.
Okay, it looked quite.
He's looking disappointed.
Okay, it looked quite casual. So I don't think you could have played that shot if you just set the rush for yellow, because now it would be a very easy break to get started for yellow. As it is, for red, it's got the advantage of just distance, going all the way
Yep.
from near 4 back, and she's got to get back to 4 back. However, I suspect she'll do it,
Yep.
Which is why I wouldn't have taken the shot which
Yeah.
black just took. So take off here.
But she's got-
Probably will want to go to blue and rush black back.
Yep.
Seeing as black's the ball they need to be pegging out.
Well, you'll want to be picking blue up because you will not want to be making black off rover. Sorry, making rover off black when black's the ball you want to peg out.
Yeah. Centre ball's blue. So, because she's going to be making 4 back, which is a lift hoop, she will eventually need to get blue away from this boundary. Less important. Just to explain, we were being quiet because we're sat in corner 1.
And it can be quite distracting trying to play your rush with Wittering behind you.
Yeah. So there's the rush over to 4 back. It's good enough. Obviously, you'd want to be a bit closer. So the comment I was making about blue is, in normal occasion, if you're making the if you're making 4 back, you're going to give away a lift, so you don't want a ball near bulk. Now, if she is planning on pegging black out, it becomes less of an issue if blue's near bulk because there's no other ball to pick up and hit blue with.
But I come back to the point that you'd much rather have dug blue out before penult, really, because if you're pegging black out, you would much rather be making rover off
That's a good 4 back.
blue, very good 4 back. I think black is going to have to go to rover now.
I'm not.
You can get.
I'm not
I suppose
that
you can come
worried
and get
about it.
blue after penult.
You can get blue after penalt, or you if you've got a control at rover, getting a rush back north is not the hardest thing in the world.
No.
So I think those are the options. Are black will now go either to rover, or given there is a bit of space behind blue, you could come to blue. I personally would just place black at rover.
From here, so would I.
And as Chris is pointing out, because you're potentially coming to rover from blue, you want the pioneer at rover to be on the west side.
So they're obviously discussing here where they want the final positions of the balls to be.
Yeah.
With blue for 3 back, you want to be on the western half of the lawn.
So this is something
Western
that's
side.
quite different. Obviously, Chris and Jenny are playing traditional doubles, so Jenny plays the red ball, Chris plays the yellow ball throughout the game, whereas Rick and Louise have decided to play alternate strokes. So what that means in particular is when one ball gets pegged out, that's a tactic which can remove one player in traditional doubles because that ball is no longer playing. Whereas for alternate strokes, they're going to be able to both keep playing, so it loses a certain tactical advantage. If you have a particularly high weak team, then it's quite common to want to try and peg out the better player.
Jenny's got quite an unusual way of using her mallet to line up her croquet strokes.
It's a little bit Christian Carter-esque.
Oh, no, much less Christian Carter. The mallet does not go down on the floor.
Doesn't go on the floor, but it's used as a device to point.
I'm all in favour of using devices to help you. Well, using lawful devices to help you.
You're not going to put a laser beam on your mallet or something?
No.
So we'll see if she gets the rush on yellow over to blue. No, is the answer. Obviously that hoop was a bit trickier than I perhaps anticipated, and she's made sure of it, which is very sensible. So, as you say, what is going to be left with the leave? You need to make sure the balls are away from bulks. You need to make sure they're away from blue.
And you also do want both balls on the boundary to reduce the chances of Rick and Louise hitting one and managing to get a rush on the other.
Exactly. If you have a situation where one ball's on the boundary and one's not, you're almost certainly shooting at the ball on the boundary as the single ball player, because you know you've got more space to get behind the other ball.
Yeah.
Oh, Sophie's failed hoop 4.
So blue can now go behind Rover so that you can hit blue first after Rover. What are you doing with yellow here and how?
Well, that was my question. So here we are. We can put black to the side of Rover, come along, hit blue, leave blue somewhere over towards A bulk, I suppose. Go back, rush black to peg it out, but then you've got to move yellow. So you want to be basically playing the peg out in some sort of shot which gets you a rush on yellow, because I would probably want to put yellow off the west boundary. You may be thinking middle of both boundaries.
You can only get middle of both boundaries if you get the rush on yellow, otherwise you're having to put both balls off in the same shot. So both of them will need to go off the west boundary, maybe one in corner 2, one halfway up.
Yeah. So Chris is indicating where he wants blue, somewhere near A bulk as we mentioned, and this will be trying to get the rush on black to get it pegged out. Very nice shot.
So if you're going to get to yellow, you will need to play the peg out as a roll, where you have more risk of pull. So you do want to be nice and close as she was there. As she is there, rather.
Yeah.
But otherwise the risk of the pull taking the ball offline and missing the peg out completely gets too high.
So Chris is coming along to line it up, probably give his view on how much this is going to pull, because having done all this work, you want to make sure you get the actual peg out.
I think they were using the shot getting the rush on black as a practice of how much pull you get, because I definitely heard the words at all at the end of it, and I think it was that didn't pull much at all.
Interesting.
And it's a similar shot that she played then to the shot that she's about to play now, so I think they were using it as a test. Not much doubt about that.
There's the peg out, and should
And
be
the
able
rush
to
to the west
rush
boundary.
to the middle of the west boundary. So I'd expect yellow to be middle of west boundary and red maybe to be corner. Well, you've got an option of either the middle of the other boundary or corner 2.
I think I prefer corner 2 because there is the plausible shot of a thick takeoff from the middle of the east boundary to in front of...
The idea is just to not give anything too close to free back, which is why the middle of east boundary is not. Okay.
And they're rolling both balls off.
They're rolling
here.
both balls off, is the other option.
So yellow's going into corner 2 and red will probably be halfway up the west boundary.
So they've made that decision because they want those balls that way round.
Rather than rushing yellow.
The rush would have had the balls the other way round.
Yeah. So what's the benefit of having them that way round?
Well, I would
probably have wanted them the other way round.
I agree. That's why I was questioning it. It's
because if you can get red just out of corner 2, still on the west boundary rather than on the north boundary, then actually no, what I was going to say doesn't work. This is what's in favour of it, that the shortest shot is now at the ball that wants to play rather than the shortest shot being at the peg ball. So this increases either the pressure if she shoots at yellow or the length if she shoots at red. Is that what's the benefit of having them this way around? And she's going for the longer shot, which also makes it harder to get the break if she does hit.
I still would have been tempted to go the other way round.
And she's missed.
Because if you go the other way round, you're rushing the hoop 4 ball to its hoop, which is presumably, I think that's putting more pressure on. If they miss next to you, you're probably setting a leave no matter what, aren't you? So it doesn't really matter if it's the hoop 4 ball or not. let's say that ball went off next to yellow.
Yeah.
Is yellow actually going to try and dig out a break, or is it going to set? We talked about earlier. The plan would be very defensive, hiding behind hoops, doing one hoop at a time. It seems unlikely
Yeah,
to
that's
me.
true.
You're going to go down this boundary, which could be dodgy, etc. So I don't think there's I don't think there's necessarily an advantage to having it that way around. In fact, I would have gone the other way round.
There will
Oh,
have
there
been
will.
one.
Oh,
We
no, I
just
agree.
don't understand what it was.
I agree. No, I'll make that clear. It will have been deliberate. I can't work out what.
We shall have to ask Chris to explain it at the end of the game.
Indeed.
Is that at risk of going off?
No, I think it's very well judged.
Very well judged.
Has the advantage that it's not the end of the world if it does go off.
That's true.
So you can afford to be a bit more aggressive. Well, these games have all
this-
taken twice as long as ours, and a bit more.
Oh, stop gloating, Harry.
Just, I want to know who we're playing.
So this is where you want if you're going to leave one ball wired and not the other, you want the boundary ball to be wired, so that the only ball that can be shot at is the in-lawn ball, which reduces the prospects of getting a break if they do hit.
Correct, because usually people think, well, I want to make the shot as long as possible, but actually in this case, it's only going to increase the length of the shot a very marginal amount,
Yeah.
but more importantly, it's going to make the break much harder to get going, which is what you really don't want blue to be able to do.
Yep. I can't see here if either of those are wired.
I'm going to go have a look.
And the answer is?
So exactly as we were suggesting, yellow is wide and red is open. Although red's not very open. it's you know. And he's shooting at red,
Not close enough to have got a ref out for it.
and it's curled onto yellow, which was totally wide, which is what the applause is for. Good local knowledge of the lawns, clearly. We
Yes,
know,
Harry
we know.
looked to see that was the wired one.
We even explained why it would be the wired one.
It was hit at a nice pace to get the right amount of curl, wasn't it?
Yeah, you've got to judge line and length.
Any harder and it wouldn't have curled in time.
So, this is a very good opportunity. When you're the single ball player in a free ball ending and you get the balls, you've
got to make the most of it.
you've got to make the most of it. So, they will not want to get too greedy here. Get yellow a bit into the lawn, but get a really nice rush as tightly as possible to free back. The idea being that then, if they have that control at free back, they can rush back to yellow, which is now much further into the lawn. And little by little, they can develop it into a more recognisable free ball break. That's a bit
I
very
think that looks
very
good.
bad at judging the pace. I thought that was under hit.
no,
I mean,
it
it
is a
is
bit
slightly,
underhit.
but I thought it was significantly under hit. So I still am not very good at reading these lawns. So here,
And that is a position where you would rather be 4 yards too long than 6 inches too short.
or even actually shorter, but as I was saying, what we really want is to be able to rush back into corner 2 or somewhere near it, so that we can get the rush on yellow. So
the
now,
prospects of getting a rush out of this, I would have said, are slender. They're not non-existent. And it is probably worth trying to hold for the rush here, because one hoop is not that much good to you as a single ball player.
no, it's the time to
He
be
did
greedy,
hold
and
the-
he was greedy, and unfortunately didn't quite make the hoop. So
I think it was the right choice to try and be greedy, though, don't you?
I think it probably is. If that ball goes through and gets the rush, you're odds on to win. It's kind of having not been able to see exactly how difficult the hoop was.
Yeah.
But if that was a relatively straight hoop, if it was very angled, particularly with these Atkins, which I think are difficult to run angled, I'd be more tempted to guarantee it and then put some faith in a big roll, because my next stage would just be rolling up to 4 back and trying to rush over afterwards. I wouldn't be trying to roll, getting a rush on yellow. I think that
That would be a very big shot.
that'd be too big a shot, not enough reward.
Now, it's an interesting decision for red here, because it's not a trivial shot to hit blue, but if you just leave blue there, then blue can, I think, run deep.
I think blue is in a hoop running position.
So
I'm gonna use the binoculars.
You're going to take the lids off this time,
Oh,
be able
well.
to see something other than black.
Alright, well, that's nice and blurry. Didn't see anything there.
There is a focus wheel. Do you want to try
Right.
using the focus wheel?
So, asking for a referee. I imagine it's more just
After
an umpire that's actually required. George is going to go out.
So the usual code is mallet fully in the air, as Jenny did for a referee, and mallet horizontally in the air for an umpire.
I think it might be a UK thing, actually.
Is it?
Because you've got a list with both balls.
Yeah,
Oh.
of course.
To choose from. She said she fancied that, so that's why I let her.
So I don't know if that was picked up, but Chris came over to let us know they actually had a lift with both balls. So the reason for that would have been
Red and yellow were presumably
red
cross-pegged.
red and yellow had no sight of any other ball, and they were put there in position by Oppo. So they could have taken either red or yellow to either of the bulks. Jenny just fancied the hoop, which, sometimes I think you just got to go for the shot you fancy most.
Yep.
In this case, it hasn't come off, and so there's a real opportunity, golf croquet shot here, perhaps, to run it up to 4 back. Was one option.
But again, that gets you limited benefit, because, okay, you probably make 4 back, but then what? Whereas this line of play does give them the opportunity of the big roll-up and having something to hit after 4 back.
Yes.
On the other hand,
Having said that, because they are creeping closer to the end, getting if they had, let's say they ran to somewhere they could run 4 back and put themselves in front of penalt, puts a lot of pressure considering how far red and yellow are away.
yeah.
But yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with this line of play. I'm just saying
There were
I think
options.
there were options which usually, as we were saying, as a single ball player, you absolutely have to get a break. With them being so far ahead in terms of hoops, they don't need to. But this is an important roll, really good roll here, and you'd back them to be finishing this turn.
And that's not going to be
And
good
it's
enough.
not. I think red might even go off the lawn.
Yep.
Yeah, just didn't get the ratio right at all, which is why we were able to call it as not a good shot. That we were expecting red and blue to travel much more similar distances.
Because that would have been a fairly low percentage hoop, even if red hadn't gone off the lawn.
Yeah. No, I can only think that's a slight mishit because it's just not. Blue. The back ball should have travelled far more. The energy is about right, but it should have gone more into the back ball than the front ball.
Yeah. And she's missed.
Just missed. Unfortunately, blue isn't really in hoop running position, so
No. I'd be inclined to have a shot here.
I think you're definitely shooting.
Yeah.
Because
At red.
yep, again it's shoot at the boundary ball because it's not wide this time, so maybe you can imagine a hoop in the way. But if you hit red here, you've got the space to get red to pen out while getting the rush on yellow to fall back, and that's game over.
Yeah. If blue hits red, that's a much easier break prospect than the break prospect for yellow if blue misses red. It's not a complete gimme of a three-ball break.
Yeah, of course.
It's doable for a player of Chris's caliber, but it's not.
No, I think it's safe in that I don't see that yellow finishes next turn, and they've shot at yellow, which is extraordinary in my view.
Yes.
Obviously, he's cut it next to red, so they'll
you get a good rush to fall back, but he's not going to get anything pennelled.
But they won't get anything to pennel, and if he'd have missed, I feel it would have been easier for
Chris
yellow
to
to have
going.
got started,
Yes.
which would have been game over. So
It is
maybe
possible.
that's one to ask them about after. Like, you have to remember these questions we have, because
It is possible that red was wired by pennelled.
yeah, that would certainly be a reason not to shoot at red.
Although it wasn't a reason last time, was it?
I can't quite see, because where Louise is standing, whether the rush is on or not. It
From
feels
the
like that was
angle
a bit
of Rick's
under
feet,
hit.
that looks like it's a cut.
Yeah,
And
that's
very
that's
undercut.
got to say, Rick and Louise have had their chances. They've hit a lot. I think if they don't go on to win this, they can feel a bit disappointed they haven't taken their chances. Because as we were talking about earlier, with a single ball, you really need to be able to shoot well, and they have done.
But they also need to convert the opportunities when they get them. So can Louise get the roll on this one? Yes, that's a much better ratio. Is it in front?
I think that's looking
I
quite
think
good.
that's a nice shot.
Yep.
It's not a short
Now, if I'm being really greedy, I said it should have been a pass roll, because you're going to want to rush back. However,
just getting in front of
priority
the
number
hoop's
one
a
is to
good
get in front of the hoop.
outcome here.
and she's certainly done that. So yep, we're 3-4 back. So increasingly putting the pressure on.
But he's going to need another good roll.
Yeah, so
I think you're probably trying to two-ball out here, aren't you?
Yes, yes. To my point earlier, I think the last few hoops are much more doable as a two-ball break. And given that yellow's so close to the corner, I think it's also relatively defensive just to be putting red to rover here, trying to approach penalt.
As the one-ball player, I'm not worried that much about being defensive. I'm just worried about making my hoops when I've got the chance.
Maybe, but going over to yellow now and giving them all the balls is not ideal. That might cross my mind.
That would be much lower down my list of priorities from the fact that I think I've got more chance of getting in front of penalt going straight there than trying to get a rush on yellow. Well, there's probably going short.
You don't. Yeah, there's an argument of you do the roll and then you can even take off from yellow to in front of the hoop, because you're only having to get the ball right. One of the right. In each croquet stroke, only one ball needs to be good if you do that.
That's true.
Whereas this shot he's about to play, both balls need to be good. I still think I'm probably.
Well, you're not that worried about where red ends up because.
I think, you know, as I say, I'm leaving yellow alone. It's quite a. I think he might be going to yellow. Just the way he's lined up. Yep.
He is.
It was the angle said this is going along the north boundary rather than going to penalt. So I would be disappointed in that shot, because, as I was saying, the advantage is only one ball needs to be good. I would say neither ball was good there. Red is on the south boundary now. Blue's not even particularly close to yellow. In fact, has missed yellow. So yeah, no, very poor shot, unfortunately. So it's penalt alone, plays 4 and peg, and Chris now able to play with his hoop, his ball, which is for 4, which is 4 hoop 4. As the 2-ball player and a 3-ball ending, he can afford to be patient, I would say. Very unlikely to try and finish this turn, given red's almost on the boundary. It's quite a difficult takeoff from where he is to get the rush on red, so far more likely to go along, pair up and set a good leave. Be wanting to go somewhere towards corner 4 once he's hit red, and again only leaving one ball open, the in-lawn ball.
once again, my guess will be that yellow as the boundary ball will be wired, leaving red open. This is an interesting choice. This gives Chris quite a lot of opportunities
Right.
to dig a ball out.
What have I missed while I'm putting on lots of layers? 'Cause it's very, very
quite
cold here.
Well, I missed a bit as well. I came back to find
So-
red and yellow.
Yeah, so
laying
blue
that.
blue
So
would have
I'm
been up somewhere
guessing-
near hoop
yeah,
2,
blue was up
and
near hoop
red and
2.
yellow were towards
And
corner 4.
I'm
which
guessing that,
was-
again, yellow was wired and red wasn't.
Yeah. So
Rick
they've,
then shot blue to there,
So
just
they-
behind.
so they've chosen to
2.
take blue to where it is now.
Yeah.
It's,
No, I thought Chris would have made 4 with a good rush out. But no.
I'm not sure I understand why blue going there would be. I can see why they haven't shot. They can afford to
Yes.
wait and not shoot. But by
Yes.
going where they have, they've given Chris the opportunity to
Have a
have
break.
a break
Yes.
here, and so they won't get another shot if Chris just finishes this. Now,
But Chris has not taken the opportunity for a shot. For a break, rather.
no. And Chris will know that they're quite aggressive in shooting, so he is possibly waiting for them to make a mistake and shoot when they shouldn't, and pick up an easier break than that one. Is my guess. Is that 'cause
However, the risk of them shooting when they shouldn't is that they have hit quite a lot.
it's true.
So that is a risk that Chris, I don't think, would want to take.
So again, he'll be leaving one ball open and one ball wide. In this case, it will be hoop 4 in the way. Oh, it is freezing today.
It is. I'm feeling very smug about my battery-powered electric heated gilet. You may be interested to know I got too hot and I've turned it down to medium from hot.
Oh, I'm.
One of the particularly nice things about it is having heated pockets.
And exactly how much do they pay you for this particular advert?
I have given no product name, no brand name rather.
So it looks like in the third game, which is currently on, Nick Parrish and Sophie McLem just run Rover. I don't know if that's
Is black still? No, black's in corner 1.
so I suspect
It's quite a long return, okay, from having run Rover,
it is.
but he's made it.
Yes. So again, they're choosing not to shoot, but also not to go to the most offensive place on the lawn. I tend to
Ooh,
quite
now that looks like it's
simplistically-
the worst possible place that we were talking about earlier, where it's clear of the just clear of the hoop, so you can't place yellow in position without yellow having started to run the hoop, and so being unable to score the point, but also unable to take off round the side of either wire to get there. However, it does make it fairly trivial to get a completely wired rush from blue.
Yes, because now blue is responsible for its own position. There's no need for either ball to be open because there would be no wiring lift. It's only when the opponents are responsible for your ball can you get a wiring lift.
I'm regretting it.
Temperature?
I'm going back up.
You're
to
going
hot.
back up to hot. I just think the idea of being too hot right now doesn't compute.
It's very good. It even comes with 2 batteries, so that when one's out, you can be recharging while you're using the second battery. You know you want one.
Available from all good Croquet England stores, or?
I don't know where you get it from. It was a present. I'm sure Google would tell you the answer. Without wanting to sound like the BBC, I'm sure there are other brands available.
No, the battery hasn't caught fire yet. Then would be the.
I'm sure it is
Yeah,
rigorously safety tested.
So again, blue has chosen not to go in the corner, and I would say, not
Chris
having
does
not
want
having
to be
too
approaching
much
from in
luck
front of this hoop, does he?
with rushing red to the hoop.
I
I've
think
gotta
he'll set another wired rush.
I
here.
think so too, and again, I'm just not convinced with these positions of blue, which are neither shooting, which obviously don't shoot when there's nothing to shoot at, but they're also not so defensive that I think Chris can pick up a break from them. I think there's a good possibility that, given if there had been a good rush to the hoop, he could have had a rush pointing into corner 1 and started to pick up a free ball break by slowly edging out balls from the boundaries, rushing to hoops, rushing back to that ball, chipping it out a bit further, and before you know it, you've made, a proper free ball break and finished the game. So
Against that, it is very clear that Chris is not playing as well as he used to. He has made quite a lot of execution errors.
yes, I think that
And
probably one of the hardest players to
given
play against, in terms of you don't know if he's going to play, in his words, 2700 or 2100.
Yes.
Referring to the grades.
So I'm not sure he would be wanting to take the risk of trying to winkle out a break when it's actually completely unnecessary. He can keep on
Doing this
because the games are untimed. If this goes on till 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we will be very cold, but there is no other downside.
True. I mean, obviously against us we saw him play a very nice break pick up with 2 balls where he made lots of hoops.
We did make it easier for him than we could have done.
Red is open. Interesting.
Not hugely open, but I don't think you'd get a wiring lift on it. Just.
They haven't looked, and they're going back to a previous position.
Even if they were both completely open, it would not be an attractive shot, because that really would be an easy 3-ball break pickup for Chris.
Exactly, and it's also not the when the free ball break is much easier for the person when you miss, and quite difficult even if you hit. There's probably going to be a better shot in your future.
Yep. Because there are 2 lift hoops still to come.
It's
When it's through,
a bit surprising because probably the main thing you don't want to do as the two-ball player is to make a silly error, get stuck in a hoop. That's potential reason why blue is staying close, is hoping for something like that to have a free shot.
because that presumably means that there is no safe shot on red. And presumably yellow is now wired from blue, even if red isn't.
So was that them? I think they were shaping up to shoot. Was the little conversation I saw? No, it was agreeing that they're going to go back. And this time they.
Again, I don't think that would be a sensible shot.
This
Because
time
there
they
would
will
be too
go
much
for the
room
corner.
to get blue well out into the lawn, getting the rush on red. It would be too easy a three-ball opportunity for Chris.
So Jenny will play. Just because, if minimising the risk of anything going wrong here, if yellow were to miss red, it's a worse outcome than if red were to miss yellow.
Yep.
So I think it's as simple as that.
Yep.
Not suggesting for a minute that either of those outcomes is likely.
Yep.
But
the shot's probably only 97% rather than
yes,
100%.
exactly, and that can make the difference. Oh, they have changed their minds.
Yeah.
So
That 3% risk of missing is worth taking. It's not a very big risk.
it's not.
But what's the play here?
I think rolling both balls over, having a go at the big split shot, and if it doesn't work you can retire to corner one.
So you'd send blue down towards 4-back, having a go at getting in front of 5?
You're not just sending it to your next but one hoop. Probably towards. There's lots of furniture to get behind 4-back. Yeah.
Well, I'm just thinking that you're going for distance because you would need to get a good hoop running position and make a roquet afterwards. So I think going for the 3-ball break here is just too optimistic.
No, I agree. I think you've got hoop 1, the peg, 4-back. There's a lot of furniture to get blue behind. So, in fact, no need to go.
Blue and red wired?
Blue is open on red,
Right.
which is what they're looking at. I think Jenny's going to check, but I'm quite confident it's open. No?
Oh.
No?
Dangerous whether it's open. Because being responsible for blue's position, you cannot risk giving a wiring lift with both balls just off A block.
I can see that if I'm playing, I would be wanting to know because, if you now put yellow into wide position, I think it's close enough they might want to test it.
Right.
I think it's still open, but you've got to decide whether you've got to be really sure before you choose to wire yellow or not.
So So it was an interesting place for Chris to put blue, because you would have thought there were a lot of places where there was no risk of leaving blue open on red, and yet lots of places where you could wire the boundary ball. Because I'm guessing from here that it would be the left-hand side of hoop 1, the western side of hoop 1 that blue was missing on.
Yes.
So going a little bit further would only have made it more likely that blue was wired on red.
Yes, I agree. It was. Anyway, blue will be open on yellow. Again, to notice here is he's left quite a lot of space between yellow and red, so that if they do shoot, there's space to dig out, to dig a ball into the lawn to at least get something resembling a free ball break.
And they are
not
that
enticed
is too
to shoot.
risky.
I think at this stage, my suspicion is they're waiting for the lift.
Yeah.
So they have now gone more defensive. They are shooting just out of corners rather than before, where they were going
Almost enticing Chris.
Yeah.
Chris has found a wired spot which has got the fallback of plenty of distance. They're not going too close to the boundary to avoid the risk of it hilling off. Another one which I don't think Rick and Louise can afford to shoot at, even if it's open, which it might or might not be.
No, I'd agree. And as I say, I think given where we've got to now, it would make sense for blue to be waiting for the lift at one back.
Yeah.
Particularly because they're for a middle hoop, which is quite nice.
They're never going to have quite as far to rush.
Exactly. If they hit a ball on the boundary, the rolls. Whereas before, when they were at free back, it made sense all the balls had to be on one side of the lawn. Now, middle of the lawn, there's less places to make it difficult for them. So I can see that what they're trying to do is they're keeping relatively close in case there is an opportunity to have a free shot, so that they haven't run up to corner free, say, but they're trying not to do anything too difficult. Is there?
So I'm not sure I see what the benefit of being in corner 1 rather than corner 4
I
is.
completely agree. I was going to say unlikely, but there is a possibility now to cut rush this into corner 1 and get a corner cannon and finish, which I just wouldn't have given that option.
But he hasn't made it.
He hasn't, but it was, in my view, an unnecessary risk.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't have tried that if it had been in corner 4.
No.
And corner
But
4 was
I
as
don't
close.
see what there was to gain from it in any event.
Yeah. Often people feel the need to move balls, but you don't have to move the ball. You can deem, you can move it not very far.
Yeah, I remember you making me move a ball 2 inches yesterday in our 3 ball ending.
I did. It's very important.
And this looks like a repeat of the previous leave. My guess is that blue will go somewhere where it is open on red this time.
Yeah, this is definitely, as you said, it's going to be a game of patience now. The two ball pair have the innings, and there's no need for them to do anything risky. Only make the hoops when they've got dolly rushes to the hoop.
Yep.
No, you're going to get in, get out, get somewhere safe.
Yep.
I think Nick and Sophie are looking like they might be on a break to win.
Is blue on the peg? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And have they got a fallback pioneer?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm laughing there. What you can't hear is that Chris just said in a very happy tone of voice, well, I've wired it from red.
Yep, so red is wide from blue by hoop 5, and yellow is open, but you'd have to go between hoop 5 and hoop 1.
Lovely. With all the risk of bouncing off hoop 5 and just leaving Chris a hoop 5 pioneer.
Exactly.
You cannot take that
Yeah,
shot.
it's deliberately put as much furniture there in the hope that something sticks, but they will go back to corner 4, probably just outside corner 4. Nope, in the corner.
And I'm expecting to see another wide rush here.
And at this point, yes, I'd agree. Now that Chris isn't responsible for blue.
Oh, this looks like he's rushing to 5.
I'm not quite sure, but I think that probably was a rush to 5 that didn't come off.
Yep. So we are now looking at another wide rush. Going for the wiring on hoop 4. Again, making sure that you've got the distance if you don't quite get the wide spot. Jenny's looking quite cold as well, isn't she?
Yes, I think you're better to be out on the lawn moving than you are sitting around.
Yep.
I was not cold when I was playing.
No. You relishing your choice of wearing shorts today rather than trousers?
I've played a lot better, haven't I?
You have?
You can't say
You have?
can't say it hasn't so far worked. So I'm going to stick with it until it stops working.
There would be the option of wearing trousers while you're sitting out.
Well, of course, but can possibly be so organised.
I think I might be deeming here if I were blue. What would you be doing?
I think I'm moving myself 2 inches out of the corner.
To avoid any risk of the corner cannon.
It's very unlikely, but there is a rush into corner 4.
Yeah.
They seem to be looking at moving from 4 to 1. I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with it. I just don't think it's really necessary. Particularly if you don't make it and you're in. Oh, did end up
Nearly
making it. There was a stage I thought that was going for middle of the boundary.
have a suspicion that lunch has been served.
I can smell something. We've moved lunch inside because it's so cold.
That's a nice rush. Could bring lunch out here.
Hmm?
Could get lunch and eat it here.
So that's a very nice rush. Oh, it's slightly more angled than I first thought, but there's an opportunity. to
Taking
make
a risk
six.
round hoop 6 when it's Blue's hoop.
Well, the
is
thing I
not-
would say is Blue's put itself there, and there's quite a big wide spot. If the rush had been pointing north, there are opportunities to either roll to the hoop or to roll to a wide spot. Given where it was pointed, he's decided to go and get the wire behind hoop 2. Okay. So again, they've wired yellow the boundary ball, leaving red open. Given yellow's for 6, if blue does shoot, it's quite easy to get a free ball break started for yellow. So again, I don't think this is a shot blue can afford to take, and far more likely, given how patient they've been, they'll wait for the lift. Ooh, that looks good. Yes.
Not quite as good a rush from Chris to 6 as it was to 5. But and he's considering whether to take it on or not. I think he's rolling away back to a wide spot.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Unfortunately, red has gone into the yard line area there, which means that yellow can't leave a rush to 6. So leaving the rush for red there, I wonder if that gives the opportunity to rush to a position where red can leave a much closer wired rush, a wired rush much closer to hoop 6, to maximise the prospects of being able to make hoop 6 safely and get away again. So they've gone into corner 2. The disadvantage of corner 2 is that that gives a lot more areas where red and yellow can set that wired rush, because you've got a big area in the shadow of hoop 2 plus a big area in the shadow of hoop 6. I might have been inclined to stay somewhere which was much flatter on both 2 and 3 and on 6, which reduces the size of the wiring areas.
"44 watchers." That's what I saw when I went in for lunch.
Right.
So we don't actually have a screen, so if anyone is writing anything, we can't read it. So we're blissfully unaware of all the complaints.
There isn't even anyone monitoring the screen, is there?
I don't think so.
Not least because lunch has been served and most people are now eating it. I did not foresee this. I lost concentration and missed where Jen rushed to. Did she rush to somewhere which was going to be too hard to get a wire in?
I think she rushed not too far from where yellow was. I think she ended up rushing too close to them, so has to move blue now. So you can of course avoid giving the lift at one back by playing a peel.
Yep.
So that's something that you have to watch out for. If you have been waiting for that lift, you might not get it. But
Well,
again,
they've got to make hoop 6 first.
Again, at this point, it's quite clear that blue is being patient and waiting for that lift.
So there could be a long time left in this game, given that both sides are being patient.
Yeah. Which
I haven't kept an eye on the time, but how long is it since the peg out when Chris was on hoop 4, with only 2 hoops having been made?
I'm not sure, but these are untimed games. That the manager is reminding people that he reserves the right to impose time limits if necessary. I think he can at any point add an hour, as in come on and say there's only an hour left of this game. So he can't come on and say, right, there's now a time limit, you've got 5 minutes. But he hasn't done that, and so far this would almost certainly be the longest game we've had.
There's some careful scrutiny going on as to whether there might be a wiring connection. Chris looked at it fairly carefully, so was it Chris or either Chris or Jenny? I saw looking at it fairly carefully, so they must be confident there isn't a lift. And I think Chris just said, "I'm sure it's open," but it could have been, "I'm not sure it's open."
I think it might be not sure, because he seems to have got out George, who's a referee, to have a look himself.
Ah. Just off the end of B-Bulk with an easy rush to penalt would not be a good place to be conceded a wiring lift.
I agree. I mean, it's always worth checking. People make mistakes, but it would seem fairly extraordinary. Although George is coming over for a test ball, so it's close. And as you point out, if it is a wiring lift, you would think it's probably game over.
Mind you, we thought that in one of the pegged out endings yesterday.
I feel like I've said game over quite a lot, or turns that are going to finish. So there could be a long way to go. So, would you like to explain how this wiring lift works?
How which wiring lift works?
What George is doing with the test
Oh,
balls,
the
as we
test
call
ball.
them.
That's not where I was expecting the test ball to go. I would expect the test. Oh, he's got another ball in his hand.
He
So
has,
the other test ball is going where, on the piece of furniture, which is the potential cause of the wire. So pink gives the line which blue would travel down if it was just to skim
Yeah.
the just to miss the edge of
Blue has to be able to hit all of the ball, hence why that's the closest it could go to the hoop without hitting it.
so if it could centre ball white, then blue will be open on yellow. If it couldn't centre ball white, then there will be a wiring lift. Is that right? Have I got that the right way around?
Well, a decision seems to have been made and they're cornering, so what I heard a bit of chatter
I
that
didn't
suggested
even see George look at it. Was it that once you put the balls down, it was so obvious to
I
Rick
think
that
he put the balls down and then everyone looked at it. I got the impression it was justified to test and that it was close, but nobody was lying on the ground getting too excited about it.
by tonight's approach, this should be a good rush to one back. So we now get to see whether Chris will run one back or whether he will try and avoid giving the lift by setting up for red to peel yellow through one back. Chris said yesterday he was having trouble with his rushes, just not hitting them centrally enough. And I'm not convinced that was where he was intending to rush red to, are you?
No, I don't think so. I think he can find a nice wide spot though.
Another excellent Surbiton lunch, courtesy of George, chef and referee.
Oh, very good. So, ever since Blue's last break, where they had a chance to approach pen out, but instead chose to get the ball in corner 2, which they failed to get close enough to hit. It's been very much a cat and mouse. They've been patient, presumably with one eye to the fact that when yellow goes through one back, there's a lift. Chris, meanwhile,
And they have now deemed that ball.
has been slowly working his way through the hoops, making sure there's absolutely no free shots for Blue.
So I wonder if there would have been merit in bringing Blue out of the corner and just getting it that bit closer to one back to shorten the shot if Chris does decide to go for the peel. But it doesn't look like he's going for the peel anyway, he's going for the hoop run.
And
he's made it, but has he got a clear backswing at red? I don't think he has.
No, as mentioned, these hoops are really quite firm in the ground. He was a little bit angled on that approach. So
Oh, he has got a clear swing at it.
I don't know if he'll be able to go hard at it, but he has managed to
The hit is all you need there.
make that.
You did not want to be leaving two balls out in the middle of the lawn, not too far distant from penalty. And they're setting this the same way around as they did after the peg out, with yellow in corner 2 and red halfway up the west boundary. So again, I think Louise and Rick will shoot at the peg ball, so this successfully lengthens the shot. I can't say successfully. We haven't seen what they will choose. What they will choose
it puts
to do.
the pressure on to go for them. I would say this time there's even more pressure to not shoot at yellow, because if you miss to the left of yellow as you look at it from B-bulk where they're shooting from, yellow would then have a rush on blue to red, and could much more likely dig out a free ball break and finish.
Yep.
So this time I'm very I feel like I understand why the balls the way round they were, in a way that didn't quite apply last time, although I'm sure there was a reason I couldn't see. The shortest shot is of course from B-bulk at yellow. You've then got to get a ball to rover coming along this boundary.
And I think it's a bit of a dodgy boundary.
I'd agree. Whereas if you hit red, you're probably at best looking at a takeoff to yellow. Again, that's got problems. So you know, it's a nice leave, because it really puts the pressure on blue. It says, well, even if you hit, are you really going to be able to do anything with these balls?
If you hit red, what would you think about putting red behind the penalt, getting close enough to hit yellow? Well, it's irrelevant now because she's missed. And then trying to approach penalt, putting yellow deep behind rover, maybe a couple of yards off the boundary. If you get it, happy days, you can finish. If you don't, you can manufacture a squeeze.
No, I like that, because I think
a squeeze, for those who don't know, being where whichever of the balls the opponent moves, you've got a good chance of getting a break, because if the ball just behind penalt is moved, you'd be able to run penalt deep down to the south boundary and get a rush on the ball a couple of yards off the boundary up to rover. If the ball down by the south boundary is moved, then you've got a decent chance of running more gently and rushing the ball behind penalt to rover.
Was there any merit in blue just approaching to hoop running position in front of penalt with their lift?
Playable.
It's quite
Puts
a
the
different
pressure on the
line.
shot.
But again, if they more for the golf croquet player perhaps, but if you took very good position at penalt and red and yellow were separated enough that they're not guaranteed to hit each other, you could get down the lawn in front of rover, maybe even make rover and have have shots to win. Just because with that leave, when they did hit, it wasn't totally clear that they were going to be able to get anything helpful going on. There is of course still one lift hoop remaining for yellow, which is 4 back,
Yep.
Although quite often by 4 back, as we talked about, you can manufacture a 2-ball break to just finish off, so it's a bit risky waiting for that. What
Yep.
we'll probably see now is blue has to be a bit more aggressive.
So I'm not trying to understand what the point of putting red up there is. Why not put it where red has got a rush to, where yellow has got a rush to 2 back?
So both balls are completely open.
Yes. Do you understand that?
Well, I think it's saying when you shoot, we'll have the balls.
But that would be the
Um,
same if you put red
Put
on
red
the line to give the rush to.
I think it's if you put the red to the rush, then blue has the option to miss into corner 2, which is not easy to pick up. Whereas now, if they shoot,
Oh, I
it can only
see.
go as far as the boundary, so it's picked up straight away.
Okay, thank you.
So I think
That
that's
makes
what
sense.
they're doing, is they're not giving blue a shot where it can't be used. Now if blue shoots, it's straight away used.
Yep.
And if they don't shoot, then they can set their wired rush as before. So I think
That
that
makes
that
sense.
would be why. So actually in this case it's more important that they're guarding that boundary than it is that they have a rush, because they're not likely to take the rush if in either case they're unlikely to take the rush. They can just be patient.
Well, there's certainly been a lot of patience shown by both sides
I
in this
agree.
game.
And so what do blue do now? They've waited for that lift shot. It hasn't worked for them.
Waiting in corner 4, effectively guarding a close rush to 3 back, I don't think is bad here. So they look like they're going to be setting up their wired rush at a greater distance from 2 back than I would have thought was necessary given where blue is.
I think it's probably very shallow across 2 back. Oh no, they have gone for it. I think they were just investigating what happens if they use a different wiring hoop.
Wouldn't it have been easier to set that for Jenny to play? Because she'd have been rushing onto the wired line rather than away from it. Again, even if that was open, that's not a shot I think they could afford to take, because there's not enough space to get blue all the way to 3 back, but there's enough space to get it close enough that Chris is fancying the 3-ball break.
Yeah. Having said that, at some point they've got to weigh up what their likely shortest shot they're going to get in this game is.
Yeah.
Because it's possible that Jenny and Chris won't give them, any free shots. There'll always be a shot which, if they miss, there's a possibility of a free ball break. So this is on the shorter side.
I'm not sure Chris is playing well enough today to do that 2-ball finish from 4 back.
I think
So I
from
think
what
I
from what we've
would be
from what
taking
we've
the
seen of
risk.
this match, it
Yeah.
feels like you're probably don't want to give yellow an easy opportunity.
No.
That would be the priority. You think if you get an easy opportunity, yellow will finish, but something more difficult, there's potential for it to go wrong.
Yep.
So they've deemed. Chris confirmed that they are in the corner.
So going 2 inches out of the corner would have been valuable there, because there is a lot of risk of Chris getting a corner cannon out of this.
I agree, because if he's close enough, he should get a good rush into 2 back.
And then a good rush out of it.
And that's again, it's gone the wrong side of the hoop. So, as you say, he's just not playing quite as well as he has been. So, just going to go back, try that again.
Yeah.
You know, that's the patience required.
Yep.
Because you might say, well, why? You can make that hoop, and he certainly can make the hoop, but he needs to be able to make the hoop with such control that he can point the rush where he wants to. And in this case, there was a real opportunity to point the rush into corner 4 and get the corner cannon, which would have enabled the free ball break to finish.
I think he is playing closer to the 2100 end of his range than the 2700 end.
At the moment, but
Yep.
you know, it only takes one good turn to turn that around.
That is very true. I'm going to investigate pudding.
No,
Are you having seconds?
no, thank you.
Phyllo cheesecake or strawberries for pudding?
I can go for a cheesecake. What?
And that's the rush Chris would have liked to have had blue still being in corner 4. Run that a little bit deep to get a good rush to 3 back. But there should be plenty of opportunities to get over that side of the lawn and find a wired spot, given that blue is responsible for its own position. Or indeed simply approach 3 back from there.
So an opportunity to approach 3 back and maybe even get a rush over to blue? Or just play it deep and rush to 4 back?
I think just play it deep and rush to 4 back. Because if it doesn't work, not having touched blue, you can get the wired rush down near 4 back. And he's slightly overhit that. He can cut it down a bit further north, but I don't think he's going to be getting close enough to risk approaching 4 back. Because if you're going to run 4 back, given that it's a lift hoop, you really want to have your good rush out of 4 back afterwards. And I think I've just heard that we may not be able to watch the end of this feast, because we're playing on lawn 3 as soon as we finished our lunch. Eat that cheesecake slowly, Harry. Jenny's pointing out the wide spot there. Commentate?
Sorry,
Do you want to commentate?
Oh, we're in the commentator's box, so
No, we know what happened the last time I commented.
yeah. I'll chat to you later.
Going to get a post-lunch cup of tea. Would you like one?
No, I'm okay, thank you. So quite hard to see exactly what the target looks like from this angle. Obviously having some discussion around whether it's worth shooting. Interestingly deciding it's not. As I say, they're increasingly leaving this quite late. Running the danger that Chris could two-ball the last few hoops and finish. So Jenny's going to take it, presumably set the wide rush. And you'd think that gives Chris a strong opportunity to two-ball to the end. So I couldn't tell before whether blue had a shot, but if they did, they didn't take it. And
did yellow not have a good rush to fall back?
No, yellow did not have a rush. So Jenny's just set up the presumably wide rush, and I'm starting to worry that blue might be
Not
running out of options.
Yeah.
As we said, you do at some point have to take the initiative and shoot, because
As I say, I think given how Chris is playing today, waiting for the rush after 4-back is a lot more playable than it would often be.
fair enough.
You're still taking quite a risk.
I'm not sure.
But I don't think the risk is as big.
I'm not as patient as many players, and I think I would have shot by now, because the idea that Chris just finishes this turn and I didn't really have a shot after, you know, would
May
annoy
I
me. So
remind you that after our pegged out game against them yesterday, Chris did say that he thought we shot too early.
yes, he did.
You're still commentating.
We are.
Can we see if Chris does finish this turn? And if Chris doesn't finish this turn, we will leave the commentary box and come and play.
Oh, you are playing then? It is freezing.
So
We often say, Monica, we can
it's
play this game in the summer.
made 4-back with control.
Yes,
Think I'm
but
gonna need
he would have
another
liked to run that, I would have thought, a little bit further to get a good rush to penult. Although he's taking this rush
He's
to...
taking the rush over to blue.
And you see he's just not playing as tightly as he was in 2016. Which I think means we might need to cede the commentary box and go and play.
I'm not allowed to finish my dessert.
You can finish your dessert.
I don't want to. It's too much.
I liked it.
Yours?
No, I don't need another ball. This looks awkward now.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're going to have to go and play.
Okay, we're back on commentary. Although I'm not particularly good at commentary, my name is Alison Morm, and with me I've got Rob Wilkinson,
Hi there.
aka Axeman, and we can talk more about you being called Axeman later.
Yes.
Have
we got-
Meanwhile, you can do the explaining stuff about croquet, but before you start, I am going to answer the really important question that someone just asked, which was, what was for lunch? So I'm going to tell you what lunch was for. We had Basque style chicken. Is it Basque? Basque. It was delicious, and it had this rice and chorizo and yummy things.
I'd say Basque, but
Basque.
who
Okay.
knows what's right.
With a green carrot and pistachio salad. And then we had phyllo cheesecake, which had something very yummy and special inside.
Yeah,
No.
what was the secret ingredient?
Rose water,
Ah,
I think. Rose water. So, to the croquet. So this is the end of a fairly long 3-ball ending game, where Jenny, who was playing red, pegged off the black ball, and now Chris playing yellow is for penalt, as is the blue ball, but they're playing alternate stroke the other side.
so Blue's playing alternate stroke,
Yeah.
and Chris is yellow.
Yes, correct.
So he's just played not a great rush, but he's pretty good at approaching.
He's not approaching, is he?
He's choosing not to risk it. Yeah.
These guys have got the patience of a saint. This length of game, I think, no, I wouldn't last.
Well, he's done well to get red so close to boundary, but not quite, so he can lay a rush. Oh, that.
Okay, and when you lay your rush, you're trying to get the forward one wired, if you could, right?
Yes.
Perfect. Perfect.
Oh no,
wired.
the one.
Or the one on
The
the
one you want them to be able to hit is the one that's the most
In the lawn.
inside on the lawn, so then they don't have as much space to play with.
Right. Okay.
But I think
But that's going to be open, yeah, the red one.
yeah, red's fully open. It looks like they're trying to wire yellow.
I mean, this would be one heck of a shot to hit for blue, wouldn't it? If they hit this one, that's finishing.
Yes.
You'd think. Although it's a really long rush, and you've still got to actually play the turn. I say
I
it's
think
easy.
it's like there's nothing. Yeah. Well, with no lifts left, you've just got to take whatever chance you have. But since they don't have a rush to the hoop, they could camp somewhere, but then it's just going to result in yellow setting up in an even harder spot for blue, I think.
They could camp somewhere. What, in a tent? Where would you camp then, if this was you?
So if blue camps somewhere, then I think yellow just takes a rush and then sets a wired rush to the hoop, and then blue has no shot at all. So you've got to take this on.
Oh.
That's probably it then.
Surely this is finishing now. Do you think?
Is this the second game?
There's only the one game.
Okay.
This is their first game of the day, and
Oh, it's the final of the process.
no, we played the final of the draw yesterday. Clark and Clark won, and then this is the first round of the process. And in round 2 of the process, Morm and Morm beat whichever one of these guys win. So if Clark and Clark win this one. Then Morm and Morm play Clark and Clark, and then basically have to win 2 games to win the event. No, sorry, 2 games against them to win the event, but they still have to win against the winner of the other side. That
That's,
is
it's
good.
better than last time.
It's definitely
But-
closer than
Oh,
last time.
he's got space to get a rush out of it as well.
Yeah. And will he rush back to blue? Surely,
Probably.
because then he can put yellow up to the peg and then rush blue to his next hoop, which would be Rover.
Oh, nice.
That was very
Oh.
good. Look at that. Well,
Well, he's got to
That's
use
gone a
blue
bit
now
far.
anyway. But
so it's gone a bit far. But I don't think he'll mind so much. And that's quite interesting. So he's gone really over the boundary. To
just in
create-
case the next rush goes horribly wrong.
and
Yeah.
create much more space as well. And of course he's not giving away a lift, so if he didn't quite get the rush to Rover, he can do something useful with blue and then come back to partner.
It's mighty cold here.
It's the wind. It's a bit bitter. Yeah, I might have to move the commentators to somewhere a bit warmer at some point. Yeah,
Oh, we might see another retreat.
and actually red's quite far in the lawn. This could definitely get interesting.
Yeah, I didn't expect him to be sending red so far in lawn.
No, I thought it was going to stay somewhere near the boundary and he'd rush back to it if he got the hoop and then rush in.
That's an ambitious cut, given he wasn't. He didn't have the angle to get anywhere near the power required, but he took on the fine cut anyway.
Take off to the hoop. Well, you've got to go all out now, I suppose.
Yeah.
haven't you?
Yeah, he's not left himself a retreat option with red.
Well, it's a bit of a long one, and I'm not going to lie, but blue's quite far away as well to hit, isn't it?
If he runs this hoop, he's probably feeling confident about being able to hit blue as well. Oh yeah.
Very nice. Oops.
Oh.
One more shot.
And now they're really wishing they hadn't left red
There it is.
on the way to
My word.
blue soup.
Oh. Okay.
So
Well,
if
you
blue
can't shoot at yellow though.
if blue shoots at yellow and
You
hits
can't shoot
and
at
hits it,
yellow.
they win.
Yeah.
And if they miss, they lose.
Yeah, but you can't. I mean,
But
you surely,
I think it's their best chance.
but you shoot through red, and
Shoot through red, you might not make the hoop. If you hit yellow, you're definitely making the hoop.
this is true. You think be brave, hit yellow?
I would just go all in, yeah.
No, they're not. They're not being brave. I don't think I would be brave either. Well,
Do you run away with red now? Corner 4?
really? Well,
I mean, if they've like spent all this
I
time
guess.
being cautious.
If they went to corner 4 though, wouldn't blue just lay in front of its hoop? Could you not just do that?
Yes, that's true. Corner 3 then.
Well, he could just shoot at red and then end up.
I suppose if he hits red, he's got a good chance of the peg out.
Wow. If he hit red on the left-hand side, miss.
He doesn't want to hit.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
Right, now they got 2 balls in the lawn.
Interesting. Okay, what's blue doing now? I can't lay up in front of his hoop, it's too short for yellow. It's got to shoot through
Blue
red.
shoots at red.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This has definitely been a fun game to watch though. No. Oh, come on, where's your shooting boots, man?
It looked like he didn't make clean contact with it.
No. Right, Jenny's back in. So, where's Jenny going?
Imagine she'd just be shooting through yellow since the distance is a long way from blue.
She has been shooting very well. Yep.
Well, Jenny's one of the best shots in the world.
Who's your favourite player in the world?
Ooh, I like James Death. Well, to watch.
James is fun to watch. Definitely fun. Yeah. I very much enjoyed his fastest TP effort. I did enjoy watching Jose's attempts at the fastest TP. I was there recording it, and it was hilarious. Oh, let's go and see what shot Blue's. Okay, now this is sort of interesting because I think
Is it
yellow
wired?
is wired, right? I've got a horrible feeling that they can't have just left it wired. They can't have done.
Well, they haven't used blue.
Oh, haven't they? Oh, so they
yeah,
can.
there's no lift on
Right.
regardless.
Yeah. Okay, so they can leave them both wired. Well, they can see yellow. You've got to, haven't you? Oh, I don't suppose they haven't got a rush.
If it's open,
no
you've got
rush.
to take it on, because the next time, if you don't, then next time it won't be open.
Okay. Well, this is one to hit, isn't it? Go!
Ooh. So it's a Jenny to play the rush, by the looks of it. Which is probably good for red and yellow.
Well, so they're going to find a wide spot?
Or are they just
going
going to improve their position? Yeah. That's
Yeah. And I imagine there's going to be
There's
quite a big area.
There's a big landing area for
Yeah.
to get that wire. Although it looks like it's been. I thought they'd be wiring behind 6, but
maybe not.
maybe they're wiring it
Maybe they've
wiring it
got a
with 5
different
instead.
plan.
You should have made it longer.
That was Gabrielle hitting a very long shot on
The longest.
the longest shot, apparently. I'm being told on lawn 3.
Looks very happy.
She
Very
does
nice.
look very happy, very pleased. Yeah, smiles all round over there, including the oppos. Right, so back to lawn 2. They're now finding a different wired spot. God, that's not easy to get to, is
No.
it? Over there. Oh, it's not even going to be wired. Oh, they're going to blue now. Rightio.
There was
Off they go to blue. Good yellow, says Chris.
oh, nice. I feel like there was an easier route to wiring and just winning the game.
Up at 6, you
Or
mean?
just by wiring at 6, yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that's why we're sat here commentating and they're the ones on the lawn. We're not even commentating, are we? Let's face it. We're just saying, well, this is what they've
that's
done.
what I'd have done, yeah.
We'd love to tell everybody why they've done what they've done, but we don't know. Although I could simplify it. Well, they've played a croquet stroke, so they get their striker's ball near to another ball to play another roquet. That's quite a good commentary, don't you think? That's it. There's the roquet, and now red is a ball in hand, and Jenny would pick it up and have it in her hand. Oh, she'll just trundle it and play croquet stroke.
Has blue gone to the position where it's now wired from yellow,
really
which
has.
now makes the lever a little bit more awkward again?
So we got a message in from Rob, who says, "Peg out red. Peg out red." Okay.
I don't.
Blue is totally wired
Hmm.
right now from yellow.
If red pegs out, blue can take position. And then what does yellow do? Yellow can't afford to camp in the centre.
Marcus has quite a good point. The disadvantage of wiring at hoop 6 is if it goes a bit wrong, that is blue's hoop, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we didn't think about that, did we?
Well, but
Oh look, they've managed to wire it again.
But the thing is, you had a rush to try and get to the wire position, and then if it doesn't go right, then you can abort.
And you do
But
something else.
yeah,
Is it? I guess it probably is. Quite difficult to see from here, but red definitely won't be wired. will it?
no.
Dink. She's definitely got the corner. There are 52 watchers online watching along with us.
Wow.
There's 52 other people wondering what will happen next. Well,
Looks
this
like
this is
well, red's the best ball to hit anyway.
this is scary. This is sudden death, is it not?
Should be,
I'm on the line.
but
I'm
I thought that before.
Oh.
Oh, that's another miss hit.
Oh,
missing slight to the left. Now
Oh.
it's bang on.
no.
Ooh.
Whee! I'm getting a bit excited. Sorry about that. This is excellent entertainment for the 54 people at home not doing any work.
Yes, is there?
Yes.
How many people are watching?
Yes. We're chatting to them
Great
now.
shot.
Say hi. Andy
Hi.
says hi.
No swearing, then.
No swearing.
Are you taking bets? Is there any games going on?
No, there is no betting in this sport. I'll have you know. Well, at least I don't think there is.
It's not inside of it. I think it's not
As lo-
using too much inside the knowledge.
as long as you don't declare it to the authorities, you're fine.
Ooh, scary. Ooh. Well, that's definitely cuttable.
Would you have played that, or would you have just gone for the takeoff?
Take off
Hmm.
every day of the week, but I'm not brave enough. I think that was a brilliant shot considering.
So that was
I really do think that was a brilliant
another fern that would have won them the game.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that was a very positive shot to play.
Hmm. I think I'd have done what they did, just like minimise the number of difficult shots to victory. So they made it one, but it didn't quite pan out.
Yeah. But if they get this and they go sailing through the hoop, red's just sat there. That is game winner. Well, it's not long enough. Well, okay.
Well, now taking position
Position.
is all right.
Jaws? Is Jaws not better? Sitting in the jaws surely is a good thing.
If they can do it, but it's easier to just take position.
Yeah, but surely yellow will have a shot at them. No?
I think red's going to be moving.
Oh, he's going to try and jump it. Jump it? It doesn't look like something you need to jump. Oh, wow.
Oh wow!
Crowd's getting very excited.
So on this lawn, they made hoop one, and they rushed up to the middle of the north boundary, rolled to the ball at hoop three, getting a rush instead of hoop two down into this corner, rushed it into this corner, played a little croquet shot, got a rush instead of pointing hoop two to corner one, rushed out across hoop one. They've now rolled up. They have used the entirety of the lawn to get to hoop one.
Oh, this is a shot at yellow. I
It's been
mean,
brilliant to watch if you're the opposition.
go on, Louise. Go on, Louise. Oh, no. I mean, end of the game, nerves. Do you think?
I'd be nervous, yeah.
My shot. My shot. So, yellow at red.
Yeah, nothing to lose by
Shooting through.
shooting through it. Why is Marcus not working and watching this instead?
Oh, that wasn't good. Let's get that. another one. He's got another one. Is he going to get this one? Dear me. Marcus says he's multitasking. Is he going to shoot? He's going to shoot. He's shooting. Oh my word. But I mean, this just gives it to them.
This is everything.
Yeah.
But how many?
Oh no. Oh.
Oh.
Oh dear. Wow. What an ending.
Yeah, maybe mid south boundary might have been an idea.
Yeah.
Because it's then it'd be Chris to shoot.
Right then. Here we go. Three or four more shots for the win. Whilst we watch what
Ooh.
we think will be the end of this game,
Slightly overcooked that one.
I just want a big shout out to Duncan Cattrall, who has arrived today to control the cameras for us. He is also owner of Croquet and Cocktails, who are sponsoring this event, and he's a mainly golf croquet player, turning up to volunteer at an association croquet event, which I just think is fantastic and shows what our croquet community is all about.
That was the rush to the table.
So thank you, Duncan.
Yeah, it's about as far away as it started.
Well, this is going to be one heck of a peg out. What a game, though. What a game.
We still don't know what's going to happen.
We still don't know. Keeping us on our toes. Oh. Hey! Clap for red and a clap for yellow.
Never in doubt.
Never in doubt. Well done. Well done. Right. I better go.
Yep, me too.
I'm going to leave commentary because I've now got to go and play. Thank you all for watching along with us. Please carry on watching. We'll be live streaming hopefully for the rest of the day from Surbiton Croquet Club.
Well done. Yeah. That's why we'll never be world champions.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, it's because we've done a good league. Although, admittedly, I'd rather push back.
Agreed.
Loads to go.
Yeah. This is the semi-final.
Oh, I didn't say we were coming.
Hi folks, that's the end of our live stream today. I'll be hoping to bring you some more live stream tomorrow morning where the men's and women's start. Hope you enjoyed today. Thank you very much to Croquet and Cocktails. Huge thank you to Duncan Cattrall and Brian Maddox, who came to help today to give you such a great presentation of croquet. Hope to see you tomorrow.